Audio check, 1 2 3. Audio check, 1 2 3. Double check mic, 1 2 3. Double check mic, 1 2 3. Hello everybody and good afternoon. We're back for more T20 cricket action after the abandoned match yesterday. Looking forward to today's fixture. No rain in the forecast, so we should get a full game of cricket here at VRA Cricket Club in Amstelveen, just down the road from Amsterdam. And it's PNG taking on Scotland. Our first look at Scotland in the T20 format. And, well, a bit of a precursor for this team, obviously off to the World Cup very shortly after qualifying in the ICC qualifiers earlier in the year, beating Ireland in that famous semi-final to book their ticket to the World Cup. So, a good opportunity in their preparation, and also good opportunity for PNG, who will be disappointed with the washout yesterday, ranked 11 in the world in T20 cricket. Scotland will go into this as favourites, winning the toss, electing to have a bat first. And once again, it does look like a very nice wicket out here in Amstelveen. It's going to be Akin Drummond opening the batting here today, and joined by McColl, who did make a very good 50 in that famous win over Ireland earlier in the year to get them to the World Cup. No Saskia Hawley in the lineup today for Scotland. I believe back to Middlesex in England. Had a very good 50 over tour. But look out for this dangerous PNG side. Well coached by David Drew. He's doing some very good things with this young team. And I do think in the future, look out for them more and more. So we're almost set to go. The players are ready. Umpire just about to say play. A couple little things and 3 adjustments out there. It looks like deep backward square and third are the 2 boundary riders. Big opportunity here for 22 players involved in this game to put their hands up in front of the coach, and especially for the Scottish players to maybe get themselves into that World Cup squad. Here we go. First ball. And it's tickled away really nicely down to fine region. Very fine indeed. Deep backward square leg has to go for a long chase. And they will just settle for the 2. So 2 runs to start proceedings. Gives me a good opportunity for a warm welcome to all the viewers on the YouTube chat. Hope you're doing well. Sorry about yesterday. It was such a shame to have that match washed out. Netherlands got off to a bit of a flyer, really. And in the end, the rain was the victor. PNG ranked 11th in the world in this format. Scotland 14th. Netherlands not participating in this one. They're 15th. All very even on the rankings. There's a very nice delivery there from the left arm seamer. I think she's been mighty impressive, Baraka Vicky. Definitely gets it to come in late. It's a good line, good length as well from Vicky. So this will be the last time we see PNG on Dutch shores for a while. Hopefully they do come back in the future. I've really enjoyed having them out here. I think they've been a fantastic team, brilliant in the field, a great team spirit, as I mentioned before, really well coached from David Drew as well. He's doing great things up in Port Moresby, where he lives now. That's a beautiful drive and really good fielding, brilliant fielding. And that's a bit of PNG for you. Saves a few runs. Top ball. Big day in the Dutch calendar as well. There's a ODI game going on at VCC Voorburg. The Dutch men are playing USA. So plenty of cricket going on the mainland Europe at the moment. Oh, that's a very good delivery. Not far away from a little bit of an edge, and beating the bat. Nice start this from Vicky. PNG, even though we got a bit of a small sample yesterday, did start a little bit slowly versus the Netherlands. Ira Swilling got off to a bit of a flyer with Malkenborg before the rain spoiled what could have been a very good game. Last ball, the over. It's a lovely shot. Muscled away through forward square leg. And that'll be 2 more to the total. Good bit of ground fielding again. So the first over will go for 4. Not a bad one at all for PNG and for Atkin Drummond, who's gone off the mark. The score is 0 for 4. So just getting ready for over number 2. PNG, majority of the time, have been opening with a bit of spin, and it looks like it's going to be the same. Sabona Jimmy at the top of her mark, getting ready. But yeah, warm welcome to everyone in the chat. We've had a lot of interaction over the past 10 days or so. If you do want to get any questions in or any queries about the T20 format or just a mini T20 series, I think the ODIs were sort of the main course. The T20s are the dessert, really, for this series. Only one more T20 tomorrow, Netherlands versus Scotland. Megan McCall at the top of the order here. Obviously, Saskia Hawley has shipped back to the UK. Be a bit of a loss for this batting lineup, but does give a good opportunity to other players in this order who will be using this as very good prep for the World Cup. I think the couple of warm-up games Scotland have coming up against Australia and Sri Lanka for the World Cup will be very exciting indeed. As McCall, well, they should know she enjoys the sweep shot and has plenty in the repertoire. It's a tight 2, but they'll get back. A little bit of a risk if you're not going to put a 45 in place to Megan McCall. Very, very good at the ramps and sort of deflection shots. Still no adjustment to the field. Wouldn't be surprised if he plays the same shot. And does play the same shot. Very clever batting. If you're not going to have a 45, it's always a risk. A good throw could be a little bit of pressure, but they'll get back for 2 easy. And really clever batting from the Scottish opener. And there's the change. So slip comes out now. Straight into 45. McCall now goes with the reverse. Play and miss. Yeah, looks like a nice sort of wicket out there. The clouds have rolled over, but thankfully no rain. Anything above 150 I think Scotland will be happy with. That one actually is a bit of a top edge into the helmet, and the umpire double checks to make sure she's okay. Gets the nod of approval. Thankfully, I think it's mandatory in the game these days to keep the helmet on, otherwise that could have been a bit of a nasty one. This time a bit of a standing sweep. There was a fired in there from Sabona Jimmy. Top ball to the total. Scotland looking positive early. That one cut down into the offside. Besides all the intent, pretty decent start from PNG for the first 2 overs in the power play. The score is 8 for none. Warm welcome to Helen Hawley in the chat. B Ghetto Vlogs. Hopefully he still has gotten over the violation from the commentary box where I might have made a comment that ruffled the masses. I know that Blake, our head groundsman at VRA, has done a fantastic job when he's not too busy staring at his GoPro. Just need to keep him focused for longer, that's all. So 2 overs complete. 8 for none. Yesterday PNG, even though it was a small sample. They did change the bowling a lot in their first 7 overs. Obviously, it was a tactic from the coach, David Drew, but this time looks like they're going to stick with the left arm seamer, and I am happy with that. I think Vicky is most effective when she's getting that ball to swing. Nice positive shot into the offside and some really good ground fielding there from Tanya Ruma. Look out for Tanya Ruma a little bit later with the bat, listed to come in at 3. A very good right-handed batter. PNG, they do the fundamentals so well. That's why they are ranked 11th in the world in T20I cricket. And now play missed, stays a tad low. Down the ground, very aggressive and a lovely shot really. The bat turned in the hands a little bit, but it doesn't matter. That goes through the hole at mid-wicket, and that'll be the first boundary in this T20I. As Atkin Drummond, it's a bit funky, but gets enough wood in it, 4 runs. Atkin Drummond showed glimpses in the T20s. Didn't really get the big score that she would have liked, but it's definitely got something about her. Trusted at the top of the order in both formats. Slower ball, well bowled from Vicky, and just chopped down into the offside for a dot. Goes for yet another slow ball. Just loses the line a little bit this time. Sneaks down the leg side for a wide. PNG have been a very humble team that have come across the ditch to get here. It is their last time we're seeing them in this series. Would be amazing for them if they could pick up that win. Didn't have much luck in the ODI series. Atkin Drummond gets aggressive again, this time in a half of the bat, and it'll skew away to backward square just for the single. Full, straight and gone. Super bowling from the PNG quick Vicky. And that is a dream wicket for the left arm seamer. Swinging it back in. Megan McCall watching from the non-strikers end. Atkin Drummond had been sort of skipping down the crease the previous few balls. But this time, sorry, it was McCall. That is dismissed. Just swinging back late. Look to get uber aggressive. And the first wicket will go well bowled from Vicky. Getting that late bit of tail back in. And an early wicket in this one. Something that PNG couldn't do yesterday versus the Netherlands. An early wicket always sort of calms a few nerves. Does give number 3 on Scotland an opportunity to come out here a bit earlier and play a big innings. Mariam Faisal, or Faisal, will come out at number 3. Gets an opportunity in this one. It's a big wicket as well. Megan McCall, the whole series, has looked in pretty good form, batting in the middle order during the 50 overs. This time, a little ledge around the corner. They've got to go, and it will be a single. For a brief moment there, Mariam Faisal would have been a little bit nervous about being run out for a diamond duck. So back with the slip in. Siaka has snuck herself back to first slip. No 45 in place. Got to be brought into the action straight away, the slip fielder, but in a non-conventional way. That'll be a wide +1. Well bowled from Sabona Jimmy, right on the money. Scotland, they'll be using every T20 match as warm-up for that World Cup. It's actually quite an exciting time in Scottish cricket. Obviously, across both men and women, they have the men's team taking on Australia very shortly as well in some T20s. So some good things happening out there at Cricket Scotland. And some good things happening for Atkin Drummond. Uses the feet. Nice shot over cover, but just sort of plugged a little bit on the surface, and only 1 run to the total. Push nicely into the offside, but this is a good start from PNG. Keeping them pretty honest at the moment. Not too many loose deliveries, and picked up a big wicket early. Another dot ball to the total as that pressure just builds a little bit on Scotland in the power play. 18 on the board, 1 wicket down and 4 overs complete. Looks like we're going to have our first sort of bowling change. It looks like it's going to be the evergreen Thomas, who has been pretty handy with the ball all series. Crafty off spinner, can get some drift away in the air as well. Deep backward square and deep mid wicket, the 2 boundary riders. It's clipped nicely into a pocket of space. That'll just be the single. Yeah, from all reports, PNG, they've definitely enjoyed their time out here. Had a good chat with their coach earlier today, and despite not maybe having the results they would have liked, still growing very much as a team, PNG. They easily win the award for best kit of this little tri-series. Love the pink mixed into the yellow and black. As there's that little away sort of swinger. Looks like it's going to spin in. Looks like an off spinner, but actually the fingers are kept right behind the seam and swings away a little bit. Another full delivery, driven straight to the fielder. Faisal just getting a little bit stuck early. Not easy to come into this lineup straight away at number 3. That one skewed away again, straight to point. So at the moment, you'd have to say PNG started this T20I the brighter of the 2 sides. Yesterday at this stage, Iris Willing was on a bit of a flyer for the Netherlands. PNG have definitely regrouped overnight. Not fielding in wet conditions helps also. Oh, that one. That's the old nutmeg. Bit of a football terminology there. Straight through the legs. And another dot ball. Top over this from Thomas. Again, skidding on through the legs again. Double nutmeg. Over complete. Plenty of claps around there as PNG are very happy with this start after being sent into the field. There's a bit of a wider shot of the ground. All jokes aside, Blake has done a very good job, head curator of the field and the ground, as his a beautiful batting surface has been most of the series. Just the bowlers have been a bit more on top. That was the over complete, 19 for 1. So last over of the power play, and you imagine, especially Atkin Drummond, might be looking for the big shot here. Well, that's why I'm a cricket commentator. Never get it right. Top ball. Just easing into that. The fielding's been good. PNG have built a certain amount of pressure right now. Hit back, and what a catch. Well, it actually sticks in the right paw. And that is an amazing caught and bowled. It was hit fairly firmly from Atkin Drummond. There's been a couple of caughts and bowls in this series that have really stood out. And PNG, the pressure was building and building and building, and they're rewarded with another wicket. Brilliant catch from Vicky Araya. I think I'm going to slow that one down and look back, because that was hit firmly and it got caught right in the right paw. And, well, what a start. 19 for 2. Vicky Araya has unbelievable figures at the moment. As PNG love to go away with victory. Atkin Drummond might feel a little bit hard done by on another day. I don't think many players catch that, but brilliant catch. One of the catches of the series. As Chatterjee comes out at number 4. Chatterjee really finished the ODI series well with bat and with ball. Look out for a very dangerous right arm seam a little bit later. Obviously a talented number 4 batter as well. And straight away, you can see the confidence. There was no 45 in place, and it's cost them a few times. I wonder if this is something that they will consider, PNG. I know they want to be aggressive, but I don't think I've seen one edge fly to slip in this whole series where they've taken a catch for any team of that matter. And straight away, 45 goes back. So 2 to the total. They were the first runs in a while, actually. Been a succession of dot balls. 7 dot balls in a row. As the neck ball is pulled quite firmly, but there is a boundary rider at deep mid-wicket. Just 1 to the total. Nice start from the Scottish number 4. That's driven rather firmly. Good fielding from Vicky Araya. Another one of these very talented right arm off spinners. They've got a lot of Araya spin. Actually, all the teams do. There is the sort of slower delivery, spinning off the pitch and just beating her in flight. Fazil's really having a bit of a tough time so far. But that is the power play complete. And I have to say, 22 for 2, homage to Richie Beno. All PNG at the moment. So all the twos. As the power play is complete, the field will spread somewhat. I think they'll still want to be slightly aggressive in the right areas. Still looks like only the 2 fielders out, so actually, in theory, this feels like a power play still. Goes for a very deft sort of reverse. It's a leading edge dot ball. Thomas to continue her spell. Bright start for the Lures, the nickname of the PNG women's team. Another dot ball, and this just has that sort of feeling of they're going to keep it honest. They're going to keep it pretty straight, change their flight when they need, and ask questions of this Scottish batting lineup. Again, another full straight one. That's 3 dot balls. This now makes me think, will they sort of change the field here? Do they drop that extra fielder back on the offside and maybe move mid-on back now? They've won the over. Doesn't look like it though. They're going to stay aggressive. And that is not far away from the off stump. Brilliant keeping as well from Brenda Tau, who's been a magnificent keeper and captain this series. Not easy to do it all. Brenda Tau definitely does. Another reverse. This is a tight single. Direct hit. Big appeal. And it's out. And Fuzzle's innings has come to an end. Unfortunately, it's going to be a duck off 9. I don't think that single was on. And I'm pretty sure the direct hit means curtains. Brilliant fielding. And I'm pretty sure that was Baruka Vicky with the fielding. 22 for 3. What a start from the Lures, who are desperate to leave this tour on a high. (22 for 3). Scotland backs against the wall here, maybe for the first time in a while this series. Obviously missing a few players, but they've definitely got a very good 11 here. No Catherine Fraser in the starting lineup, which is somewhat surprising, but looking to give other players some time. Here comes one that we're pretty familiar with, though, Darcy Carter coming out at number 5. These two at the crease, looking at that batting lineup, very important indeed. Lorna Jack still to come as well. Look out for her. Darcy Carter starts the way Darcy Carter always does, quite positively. That could go to the boundary. It will. Nice shot from Darcy Carter, who is really making a name for herself in Scottish cricket. And that will end the over. A successful over for PNG with the run out. And a nice start still. 7 overs down. 26 for 3. So Scotland looking to build a partnership here. Also get the runs ticking. Still a very aggressive field. Only 2 fielders back. And that is hit out to one of those 2 fielders. Quite remarkably on the half volley. 1 run. Be surprised if they keep the field this tight for long against Carter, who does have a reputation to hit the ball long and far. Nice cut shot into the offside. Dot ball. There's an aggressive sweep shot. There is a deep backward square in place. There'll just be one more. So you can see just that sort of difference of intent with Carter out there. Chatterjee still there also. That's an aggressive shot. Nice shot. They just moved mid-on back. So good bit of captaincy. Right timing, right place. Otherwise, that would have been 4 over the top. Flighted delivery this time as is sort of hit to a huge pocket of space. They'll think about 2. But cut off in the end. So just 1 more to the total. PNG, with the start they've had, they'll be feeling pretty confident at the moment if they can just pick up the odd wicket here and there. That is timed beautifully out to the fielder, and there's the first little bit of a fumble, and they'll get 2 on the fumble. So these are the little things that will come into the game. You've got to make sure you're clean out there in the field as the over is complete. Scotland starting to recover a little bit. So 8 overs complete, 32 for 3. Still plenty of batting to come. I think for Scotland, obviously, it'll be trial by spin from maybe here up into the 15th over. And there's still plenty of options. You got Vicky Araya, Thomas, Isabel Tua, the leg spinner. But sort of bowls a little bit front of the hand as well. Surely will come into the attack soon enough. There's dot ball to start this over. No boundary rider on the offside, so has to bowl fairly stump to stump. Like that, and that is absolutely crunched. Well, there's a 4. Darcy Carter, seriously good player to have coming out at number 5. Beautiful shot. Slightly over-pitched, and Scotland get a much-needed boundary. There they all are, sitting out in the dugouts. Warm round of applause after that stroke. Well, I guess that one all wrong, and might get away with it. Does get away with it. It's only going to cost a single, so a little bit of luck for PNG that time. Darcy Carter be slightly frustrated. Didn't hit that into the gap. But a partnership starting to get together. You can see these two are more than happy to use the crease a little bit, which is good as well. Can't let the spinners bowl to you. Oh, leading edge, and it balloons into a pocket of space. Well, a bit of luck for Carter that time. Frustration for PNG. No disrespect to the whole batting lineup here for Scotland. Carter does feel like the most destructive batter left in this lineup. Could be a big influential player in this game. Big appeal. That one probably sliding down the leg side, and the umpire shakes the head. So quick fire over. 7 come off it. Positive for Scotland. 9 overs down. PNG still ahead in this. 39 for 3. So back to the action. That's a big top edge. Oh, it couldn't be a collision. And it's dropped. Well, it landed between the two fielders. And thankfully there wasn't a collision. Look, that's the one positive. And in the end, it did get to the hands of Haneo Thomas, and Darcy Carter gets a life. It landed perfectly in between the keeper and the backward point fielder. It probably should have been caught in the end. And then very next delivery. Oh, it dropped about 7 times. Well, I can't believe that. It went up off the hand, around the corner. Mahuta Jafer at square, and had to have juggled that 6 or 7 times. So back-to-back drops for Carter, who must be thinking, I'm going to buy a lottery ticket. Next delivery is chopped down behind square. I think they'll get 2 here, so it's landed in a pocket of space. No hesitation, 1 run, but wowee, what a start to this over. They've been so good in the field, PNG, but you have to wonder, will those 2 drops with Carter just on 5 runs at the time cost them? It might, you know, because Carter then whacks the next ball out to deep mid-wicket. Great fielding. Keeps it to 1. That was all timed. Another nice aggressive sweep shot, and it'll just be 1 more. So Carter was given a life on 5, and my apologies, not on 5, on a couple of runs, and then dropped again. Be looking to cash in. And cash in she does. Beautiful shot. Really nice shot. Well, the old adage is catches win matches. You just hope that PNG won't rue that too much, as it looks like drinks have been called. Players and officials make their way onto the field. Looks like the coach of PNG as well is heading out there just to give some wise words, as the over is complete, and Scotland lost 3 early wickets, but just starting to build a bit nicer now. I'll be hoping for anything around that 120, 130 mark, I'm sure. So back to the action. First 10 overs complete in quick time. 37 minutes for those 10 overs. Obviously a lot of spin being bowled. 47 for 3. Carter's on 18 with a bit of luck. Chatterjee on 8. It was a bright start from PNG. A really good power play. It was all the 2s. 22 for 2. And a mini resurgence now from Scotland, who don't count them out of this just yet. They are a very good cricket team. Off to the World Cup in the T20 format very soon. This is a bit of a precursor for them, and I'm sure they'll get some pretty good practice matches in before they play their first game at the World Cup. As it looks like we are going to get a little bit of leg spin now. Isabel Tuart doesn't spin it too much from right to left, but usually puts it in the right spot. As you can see, that one almost actually sneaking through. Doesn't get too much spin, gets a bit of skid, sometimes front of the hand bowler as well. That wasn't far away from actually going through the gate and disturbing some timber. Full delivery, splice, they go on the hit, direct hits out. Oh, I tell you what, very close indeed. Just a couple of times some shots here have ballooned into pockets of space, and well, Scotland living on the edge a bit here. You can understand after a slow start, they need to take some risks. That one pushed into the offside, can't find the big hole at point, so just a dot. Look out for that slog sweep from Darcy Carter. Usually hits it so well. Looks to hammer that one through the offside. Another dot ball. Good start after the drinks break here for PNG. That is chipped straight now. I'll think about two. Chatterjee wants to go. Good throw could be out here. Oh, another one. Direct hit would have been out. Good aggressive running though. And they'll get back for two. PNG creating opportunities. They're just sort of slipping through at the moment. It's a nice cut shot straight to the fielder though. Only one fielder behind point. Be a little bit frustrated that didn't hit the gap. So the over is complete. A good over for PNG after the drinks break. As 11 overs down, the 50 has come up. 50 for 3. Be interesting to see if PNG sort of stick with this spin brigade or at some stage feel like it's the right time to introduce some pace. Not sure. I think these two would like to face a bit more pace on the ball. But obviously, right on cue, we will see a bit of pace. Mahuta Jafer, who unfortunately took about 7 attempts at that catch, but put it down. We'll get an opportunity here with the ball. And, well, keeper standing up. Interesting. Fine leg in the ring. Could see a bit of a ramp or a deflection shot. Third in the ring as well. So if you do get the ball behind you, there is a bit of value. And that should be a wide. I think Chatterjee thinking maybe that's a no ball, but because the ball is actually past the stumps before it's landed, it actually can only be a wide even if it is off the pitch. I'm sure someone's listening that knows the laws of the game. Tell me if I'm wrong there, but I think that's correct. In the air and dropped again, and it's a sitter this time. Well, I hate to say it, I've been commending this fielding from PNG all tournament, but that's the third drop, and that one should have been caught. They're letting Scotland off the hook. Unfortunately this time, Tanya Ruma, one of the better fielders, has put one down. Really, both these batters should be back in the shed. Scotland should be about 5 for 50. However, they're not. You just have to think one of these two are going to make them pay here. Very frustrating for PNG. They've fielded so well all tournament. Just maybe a bit of fatigue coming into it. Has been a long tour for them. One is cut very nicely through cover point. Just one to the sweeper. It would have been an inspired change from Brenda Teo. The seamer coming on and would have had the wicket. Down the ground and mooses that over mid-wicket, 4 runs, and oh boy, must be so frustrating for PNG out there. They know they've squandered some chances, and Scotland, well, they don't mind. They're starting to capitalise on anything loose. This time pulled away again. Not afraid to use the feet despite the keep-up being up to the stumps. One more. Giving themselves at least a bit of a platform here, Scotland, to go big. Two set batters now. That one chopped down into the offside for another single. As over called from the umpire. The resurgence is on for Scotland. PNG, you just feel, need a wicket to get them back in the huddle and maybe regroup a little bit. 12 overs down, 59 for 3. Driven off the back foot and a good bit of fielding. There's an appeal and, well, the umpire had a good look, but they'll get through for the single. Must have been close. They went pretty quickly there. Scotland didn't hesitate. They do get through for the one. Hit firmly again down the ground. They'll probably just have to settle for a single here. They will just settle for the one. Important stages of this game. If these two are there in the last couple of overs, Scotland could really recover well. Oh, they go for a very tight one this time. Direct hit, and direct hit's probably gone again. Another opportunity slipping through the fingers of PNG. That would have definitely been out with a direct hit. Good over this from Tua. Doesn't waste any time. Straight back to the top of her mark. In again. Gets this one wrong, but it's the top edge and it's got to land in the gap. Unbelievable. When it rains, it pours. Just doesn't feel like PNG are meant to get a wicket at the moment. That wasn't the best of deliveries, but landed maybe half a metre short of the fielder. Top finish to the over though. Really sensational over. Only 4 coming off it. Look, 13 overs, complete 63 for 3. I think PNG would still be happy if you offered them that at the start of this game. After being asked to have a bowl first, they would have taken it. Probably just a bit of frustration maybe though. They know that they could have had Scotland really on the ropes. Not afraid to ring the changes is the skipper of PNG, as Poika Siaka has been asked to come and have a bowl now. She's rather clever, the old fox, with the slower ball. Look out for that. Very crafty bowler. Was used sparingly in the 50 overs. Think maybe could have bowled a little bit more. Look out for that very dangerous slower ball. Oh, that is brilliant keeping. Oh, given not out. It had to have been close. Brenda Tau down the leg side. Jack Russell, eat your heart out. I'd love to be able to slow that down. Given not out on field, but boy, that had to have been tight. That's high in the air. Loud shout of catch it. But it'll just be one more. Another ball landing between two. There's that slower ball, and it's a diving effort, but it's dropped again. That was the hardest of the lot. It was laced. It's the fourth drop, however. I give some credit to the fielder there. That's probably more of a stop, if anything, from Tanya Rumer at cover. But Darcy Carter, maybe it's just her day. There's that slower ball again, and unbelievably, it's going to land right between three fielders this time. Well, I don't believe in voodoo, but it feels like in the last 8 overs, PNG are just not meant to take a wicket. Quite remarkable. The amount of balls that have ballooned in the gaps or a missed run out or the dropped catch is crazy. Funny, because the ground fielding's been exceptional. I haven't missed much on the ground. They've been rather clean. You see a few times in this over, Siaka's been very, very crafty with the slower balls. Again, slower ball lands about half a metre in front of the fielder. Direct hit, would have been out again, and it's missed. So, PNG, they're creating chances, and that's definitely something they'll be able to tip their hat to. Just not falling their way at the moment. Wouldn't want to hit the poker table. I think they'd probably lose with ace-ace right now. Another slower ball. It's a good over, really. It's actually quite crafty bowling and very difficult to get away. So the last 2 overs, despite not taking a wicket, they've just pegged it back nicely. 14 overs down, 68 for 3. I'm sure David Drew, the head coach of PNG, has been pulling those remaining hairs out, sitting over there. He's a very passionate coach and recently moved to Port Moresby to be on the ground and coach the team regularly, which is very good from him to be on the ground out there and make sure he's putting in the extra yards and the extra work. So, start of a new over. It's a low sort of full toss. Not easy to get those away. It's going to find cover. 35 balls left in this innings. Scotland at least want 50, I'd say. Make it a 120-ish chase. This time it slips through. Carter called through for a single, and they'll get there in the end. So that'll be one leg by, I'd imagine. Tua has been very difficult to get away this whole spell. And she's been bowling to the 2-set batters the whole time as well. So very impressive. Gets a bit funky, hits it to the fielder, and it's dropped. Well, another dropped opportunity, and this one goes for 6. So that hurts. The fielder came running in, went back to the rope. And PNG probably sealing their own fate a little bit here. I think that's the 5th drop. That was straight to the fielder. They desperately need a wicket. They need something just to regroup a little bit here. That one is swept away now and should be fielded. They'll get 1. They'll think about 2 as the ball's fizzed in. They'll get back for 2. Good aggressive running. Scotland with all the running now. These two have put on a good partnership. Despite the luck, they're still there and looking at getting a healthy total. Well bowled and well played. Good adjustment. There's one more run. Still plenty of noise out there from the Lures. Well played. That's going to go for 4, I reckon. There's a fair bit of wood on that. It's a pretty quick outfield and it will go for 4. And this just hurts PNG a little bit more. It'll be painful, as they know they could have been in a much stronger position, but credit to Scotland who have really regrouped here. 15 overs complete, and the score now 82 for 3. Surprised to see a bowling change here. I think I would have stuck with Siaka for one more. I think it was rather effective. But they're going to go back to Sabona Jimmy now. See if she can't take the breakthrough. 5 overs to go, and with 7 wickets in hand, it is a very good regrouping. Another 50, maybe even 55. They can go at 11s. Take that score up to 137 from the position they were in. They'll take that with both hands, Scotland. Another sweep shot, going to land just in front of Vicky out there for a single. There's Darcy Carter's mother, I believe, and some of the Scottish fans that have come out to watch the cricket. I hope they're doing well. Nice day to watch, to be fair. That one a little bit shorter. They'll scamper through for a leg by. Good running. One more to the total. A nice little sweep shot. They'll push for 2 here. Have to settle for the 1. Despite the issues in the air, the ground fielding's been very solid from PNG, and the bowling's been very solid indeed. They're going to have a chase on their hands, but wouldn't run them out just yet. That one is laced, and it is caught. Finally, Carter picks out the fielder at deep mid-wicket. It's a good catch as well. Went straight to the fielder. Didn't have to move, maybe a couple of strides in. And finally, PNG hold on to one. That will end a very impressive partnership. Yes, they had luck, but they came in at a very difficult time. And the wicket will go. Jimmy with a bit of reward. 85 for 4. I guess in the context of things, it's a pretty important time to get rid of Carter. Could be the difference between a 120 and a 140 chase. So a new player coming out to the middle is a very good player, Lorna Jack. I think this role suits Jack to come out and play her way and get as many as possible. Oh, that is a lovely shot from Jack. Look, it's a bit of a freebie first ball, but doesn't matter. Uses some great wrists there. Whacks it behind square and start with a boundary. Again, looks for that sweep shot. And just a wide down the leg side. So Jimmy just trying to get out of this over with no more damage. Has picked up the wicket. It's driven quite nicely down the ground. And they'll just have to settle for the single. So a wicket in that over. 16 overs have been bowled and the score is 90 for 4. So it looks like we're going to go back to Vicky here, the left arm seamer, who just took that good catch out at deep mid wicket as well. Bowled a really nice first spell earlier today, picking up the wicket of Megan McCall. Definitely a player for the future, young Vicky. I think talented left arm seamer, always someone you want to have in white ball cricket. Offers a different sort of line and angle. Bowling to Jack here. That one hit straight to cover. Direct hit's gone. Misses. Another one where it's on another day you hit and you bring a new batter out there. Jack just went on the hit and Tanya Room has had a hard time. That cover. See, Jack isn't messing around. Any bat on ball, she's going to go. Oh, well bowled. Gets it in there, Vicky, showing her prowess. Another full delivery. Still getting that ball to swing back in a little bit. Sneaks under the bat. And Scotland lose another one just as they're trying to explode at the back end. 92 for 4. So well done to Vicky, who took that important catch the previous over. Marshalled back into bowl, picks up a wicket here. And now it does bring out the keeper batter for Scotland. It's going to be Ellen Watson. So both set batters have been dismissed and couldn't have come at a better time, I guess, for PNG. We'll have to see how the remaining overs turn out, but you imagine if Chatterjee or Carter were there, that score could have ballooned out. It's interesting. Watson looks like she's taking off stump guard there. And there's the middle. So first ball to Watson, a couple of overs left. Be looking for a bit of a cameo. Driven pretty nicely, but well fielded. Oh, for her own bowling from Vicky, able to get some hand on it. Abhinav Sharma with a comment in the chat. I think it's a little bit unfair, Abhinav. If you actually look at the world rankings, PNG are ranked 11th in T20I women's cricket, above Netherlands and Scotland. That is clipped nicely into the leg side for one. They'll think about two. Jack goes straight away. And another one that if it had hit the stumps, it would have been out, but it's pretty hard from 50 metres away. Yeah, you can't get to 11th in the world and have that many points. If you're not a good team, you just can't. So don't write off this very good PNG team just yet. They've shown They have the ability. That's a big appeal and gone. This is seriously good bowling from the left arm seamer, Vicky. Well, brought back to do a job, swings it in down the line, and another wicket will go. So PNG had a pretty tough few overs there in the middle, but responding well late, 94 for 6. Pitching in line, straightening down the line, and always nice to have a left armour in your lineup. Seriously good game from Vicky so far. Love the celebration as well. As soon as it hit the pad, just knew. Realistically, the bowling unit from PNG have actually bowled exceptionally well. Maybe let down a little bit in a 10-over spell from the fielders, but all they can do is create chances. They've created an ample amount, to be fair. It's 94 for 6. As Chloe Abel comes out for the remaining few overs here. Scotland still looking to try and get to that 130 mark. That one chips straight, and here comes the throw. A big appeal. Oh boy, that was close as well. Signalled not out from the umpire. I'm sure that you will slow that one down on YouTube when you can, because that did look mighty close. Over complete, 95 for 6. So, remaining 3 overs, 18 deliveries. Siaka has been marshalled back to the top of her mark. Look out for those slower balls again. Starts with pace on. Dot ball. There's the slower ball, and well, it's well picked, but it's going to be hit out to long on just for the single. Good to see some support in the chat from Gibby Leoha saying, come on PNG Lures. Plenty of people tuning in from all over to get behind their team. Lorna Jack might get a bit funky here. I think I'd be taking the pace off. She's very good at the sort of deflection and ramp shots. Big appeal. Oh boy, that had to have been close. The throw also close. That one not going PNG's way. Shuffled across her crease, played the sweep, probably just angling down the leg side. Tough to tell on our angle as well. Got to remember that our camera's not directly behind the bowler's arm, so always gives us a bit of a misguided or miscued sort of belief if it pitched on or pitched not. Top over again here from Siaka. So pace on the last 2 deliveries. My guess here is this one's the pace off delivery. No, it wasn't. Fooled me. Hit out to deep cover and they'll just get the one. This is a brilliant over for PNG here in the 18th, and that's why taking those wickets late, very important. There's the slower ball. Shouts of 2. Don't think they'll get it though. Good bit of fielding, 1 run, and that's a super over. There's only 3 runs off the bat, 4 runs in total, 99 for 6 now. Yeah, these two teams obviously have played a lot of cricket in the last few years. PNG have earned their way to 11th in the world. Scotland earned their way to the World Cup, and I think both women's sort of high performance programs are growing very well. Obviously, playing some ODIs was good as to get these players playing the longer format, which probably doesn't happen enough in the women's calendar, but definitely the T20s, they do play as many as possible. So it might be pace and pace to finish here. You'd imagine Vicky will bowl here, and then I'd definitely go Siaka for the last one as well with those changes of pace. Jack on strike becomes the key in these last 12 deliveries. Can only get that one to mid-off. I think they'll settle for a single this time. They will. Gives herself a bit of room, Chloe Abel. Doesn't get it off the middle of the bat, but goes into leg side. Yeah, I think Abinef in the chat. It's, look, you can't write off PNG. I think they have earned that 11th ranking in the world. I mean, to get that many points, you have to have played some very good cricket. And they'll be number 11th for a while. They've got quite a big gap to 12, 13, 14, 15. So yeah, I think these two teams actually went into today fairly even in the T20 format. As that is a beautiful shot. A really good batting from Jack. It wasn't that wide, to be fair. Maybe on off stump. But cleared the front leg. Spliced it through backward point. And we'll get 4. Not the worst ball you'll ever see. But brilliant batting. Yeah, I think it'll be an interesting run chase for PNG. They'll back themselves. I mean, they've done very good with the ball, to be fair. If you told them at the start that they would keep Scotland to, let's say, 120 and under, they would have said thank you very much. It'll be up to their batting group to show what they can do. That one is timed beautifully through mid-on. They want 2. Now they're going to go. No, they won't. Slight hesitation. Good fielding. Just the 1. Yeah, no, rankings have to be earned. And I think to get 171 points, you can look at PNG's long history. You can't fake that. It's not possible to fake that. So in the T20 format, definitely these teams get sort of squeezed, and it always comes down to little moments. As that's a brilliant Yorker. Another dot ball. I think the T20 format for both men's and women's cricket, it really brings everyone to parity. I mean, we just saw Uganda make the T20 Men's World Cup after beating Zimbabwe. But if you look at the rankings, you think Zimbabwe should win that all the time. But I tell you what, the T20 format around the world, teams are much closer than you imagine. So that is timed down to ground. They say 2 straight away. Should throw it to the keeper's end if possible. And they'll get 2 in the end. So that will be a great spell from Vicky, however. Her day is complete with the ball. Maybe needed a little bit later with the bat. 3 wickets to her. So we'll take some confidence from that bowling display as we get down to the crescendo of this first innings. Scotland, after not a great power play, 108 for 6, have recovered somewhat. A few people asking about the pitch. Pitch is pretty true, to be fair. You see, nice coating and nice colour, and seems well paced. The ball hasn't spun much. I think the players, after talking to them, would say that it's been a good batting surface throughout the whole trip. It's just maybe some of the bowling's been too good. Interesting to see they haven't finished with Siaka. I think that's a wrong step. Nothing against Sabona Jimmy, but Siaka's slower balls and changes of play seem to do the trick. Anyway, it will be Jimmy to end. And this suits Jack a lot more. I think it's a big misstep here from PNG. And that's going to be 4 off the first. And this over could hurt them big time. Yeah, I think that change of pace from Siaka was just something that they couldn't line up the whole time. Now the sweep shot just lands short of 45 and they'll get through for a single. Good aggressive running. Well, off the hand, almost onto the stumps. Now comes the throw. One more run to the total. That easily could have just trickled onto the stumps. Wasn't meant to be. Well, that's high in the air. Will they catch it? Yes, it is caught. So they do hold on to one right at the back end. That will make them feel pretty confident as it is caught. And another wicket will have to go. A good little cameo there from Jack. Yeah, plenty of comments flying in the chat. Look, I completely disagree with Abhinav Sharma in the chat, saying that Papua New Guinea have a false rating. They've played the Netherlands twice. They've won 1, lost 1. They've played Scotland 3 times. They've won 2, lost 1. They've played United Arab Emirates. They've won 2 from 2. They've played USA, won 2 from 2. So you can't fake that. They have got the wood over the European teams, you'd have to say. So all credit to the Lures. All you have to do is look up their history. Yes, they sometimes have to play some regional teams that they are stronger against, but they have a very good record against Scotland and Netherlands. They have a very good record versus UAE. And that's why, going into today, they would be feeling pretty confident with their ability. So we get to the last couple of balls of this first innings. Looks like Myanmar Sheikh, the left-hander. Gets a little bit of a time for a cameo here. That's a nice start. Positive shot down the ground. They might think about 2, probably not. It was hit too firmly. It'll just be 1. So down to the last couple of deliveries. PNG been through the bit of a roller coaster during this first innings. That's a nice shot, well timed. They should come back for 2 at least, or get back, and they will. Good running from Sheikh, who just went out there, and Chloe Abel got that one pretty well. And that will do. That is it. It happened pretty quickly. They bowled those overs in about an hour and 15 minutes, including a drinks break. And in the end, I think PNG will be holding their head up high. It'll be down to their batting group to try and pull this one out. 117 on the board. 117 for 7. I think that obviously it could have been a bit better. Also for PNG, there was a bit of a 6-7 over phase where they dropped Carter a couple of times and Chaterjee got a little bit of luck, but those two went on to make a pair of 30s. And in the end, a few late wickets, and PNG, they'll be able to hold their heads up high. 117 on the board, 118 for the victory. Scotland, though, they have a very good bowling attack. Look out for Abtar Maksud, the right-arm leg spinner. Also, their array of pace bowlers. Should be a good second half. We're going to jump out of the commentary box and have a little bit of a break, I should say. I think we'll be back in about 20 minutes' time. That'll take us to 3:40 p.m. local. We'll be bye for now and see you soon. Hello everybody and welcome back. It's a very quick turnaround, quicker than I expected, as we are back with this T20I between PNG taking on Scotland. It was an interesting first half. I think that PNG bowled well throughout the 20 overs, had a few lapses in the field. A good little partnership from Scotland in the middle, helped them recover to 117. But we should be in for a very good second half here. PNG have definitely given themselves a chance. Scotland are very experienced and a very good team with the ball. Looking forward to seeing how this run chase pans out, as we're almost set to go. So 118 required for the victory. Vicky in the first innings taking 3 for 23. Standout bowling from the left arm seamer, as it looks like Olivia Bell, the very talented right arm off spinner, is going to be bowling the first over here. Two boundary riders are deep mid wicket and deep backward square. We're all set to go. Ball one in the run chase. Big appeal, slightly high, but it's been given. Well, there you go, 1 from 1, and the umpire feels like it was good enough. We'll have a closer look. I don't have the abilities of replays. It looked a little bit high, but was it going on to hit the top of middle? It doesn't matter. And PNG lose their first. So Vare has to go. And a dream start for Scotland, who, just like PNG, took a few early wickets. And they'll be hoping for some early wickets here. Score is 1 for none. Big wicket too. Vare has been pretty handy with the bat in the 50 overs of this tournament. So it does bring out Tanya Ruma at number 3, who's got a fair bit of work to do here with Sabona Jimmy at the non-strikers end. They're going to be up against a very good bowling attack that don't often give too many loose deliveries. And right on cue's a loose delivery, pretty uncharacteristic from Olivia Bell. She's usually very consistent. Does bring on Jimmy on strike for her first delivery with the bat. Bowled pretty well earlier today. Well, looks like a couple of changes to the field as the left-handed batter on strike now. Respectfully pushed into the offside, so plenty of spin options for Scotland, as we know. That's clicked around the corner nicely. I think what I'd like to see, obviously losing wicket to the total. Both batters at the crease are off the mark. Oh, lovely shot through the covers. Well, just the odd boundary is going to help. That'll go for 4, and in the end they take the first over for 6. That's all they have to do, 6 and over. I'm sure they'd love to get ahead of the rate though and try and cash in on this power play. Maybe Tanya Ruma is that player to do it. That is the first over complete. A successful one for Scotland. The score is 1 for 6. Or 6 for 1. So, opening the bowling, Chatterjee's going to come and open the bowling after making 30 with the bat. Interesting to see her again with the new ball. Was sort of taken away from the new ball halfway through the ODI series, and I thought bowled really well in the middle overs. But obviously, no Gabriella Fontenla selected in this one, so Chatterjee's been given the new ball. We'll have to find that radar early. Doesn't want to give away any free runs. That one has just skimmed the leg, and they'll scamper through for one. And that is one thing you will see from PNG. They're very, very good between the wickets and very quick when they're looking for twos. So they just need one player really here to have a bit of a day out. Maybe they bat through the 40 or 50 run score and everyone bat around them. Not going to be easy though. Nothing's a given in the cricket universe. Always nice to have a righty-lefty partnership early as well. So, bit of hesitation there. Yes, no, maybe, but doesn't result in a mistake. Top ball in the end. I think Jimmy wanted the single, but Rumer was a bit hesitant there. It was probably on, you know. Well bowled, perfect little area, swinging away late and nice and full. Rumer made a really nice 50 during the ODI leg of the series and has definitely showed glimpses of that power. We saw that cover drive in the very first over. What'll be interesting for me is how do PNG go from the 50 over batting to their T20 batting. Obviously, got to have a bit more intent and belief. I think sometimes they got a little bit stuck in the 50 over cricket. This might suit them a lot more. Down the leg side. A little bit shorter, a little bit wider. Rumer maybe missed out on one a little bit there. What they've got to make sure is that they don't fall behind this rate, especially when you've got the likes of Darcy Carter, Abdahar Maksud, all coming in to bowl some spin later. Not going to be easy if you let the spinners get on top. Dropped into the offside, and that's going to be a dot ball, so a good over for Scotland. Only 2 runs off it. It's a tentative start from PNG, but they don't have to go too crazy if they don't want. The score is 8 for 1. So the ever impressive Olivia Bell to continue. Pretty cautiously played from Jimmy. Looks for the sweep shot this time. Decent appeal, but I think maybe sliding down the leg side. Must have been close though. The umpire had a good look. This is the worry for me. How do PNG score these runs against the very evergreen spinners of Scotland? Well, that's one way. That is massive. And that's next to me in the commentary box. Out of nowhere. Down the ground. And Jimmy almost hits a 6. It's a big boundary out here. And that's one way you can score the runs. Beautiful shot. Probably shot of the day so far against the spin. And a positive shot from PNG. Didn't see enough of that in the 50 over fixtures. I don't recall once them coming down the ground and lofting one straight. So Jimmy just showing a bit of ability there. Brilliant shot. Now that one's crunched, but straight to the fielder. So leg by sneaking on the total as the Boeing A380 leapt over, and that ball is well watched and just tucked around the corner. So one more run added to the total, and decent start still though. I think from Scotland they'll be happy. 14 for 1 after 3. So Brenda Tau listed next. Porky Siaka might have something to say about this game. Cavao Frank, Vicky Araya. There's definitely batting there for PNG. It'll be just how quickly they adjust to this T20 format. It's well timed into the offside and pretty good fielding from Darcy Carter, who took a little bit of a tumble. And she stopped that ball at cover. Seems to be okay. Dot ball in the end. Oh, shot. Lovely shot. Well, it didn't matter that the airplane was going over the top. No distractions from Tanya Ruma, who has found a couple of boundaries early in her innings. And some decent signs for PNG since losing a wicket off the very first ball of the run chase. It was only a little bit wide and cut away beautifully. Clipped around the corner nicely now, and they'll get through for a single as the throw is fizzed in. One more to the total. PNG only having to go at 6 and over to get this win. They'll know that there's some big tests up around the corner, especially when I think the captain comes on, Maxud. But the field might spread as well. That might suit their sort of running between the wickets, which they're very good at. Slightly shorter ball, pulled away pretty nicely. Darcy Carter's probably one of the better arms out there. Fizzes it into the keeper. Just one more to the total. Nice shot though, again, and some positive signs here early for PNG. Bit of an appeal, and oh, it's given. Well, that looked a little bit high. but it's been given in the end. It's another one that's hit the top of the pad. I'll have to wait and see again. But it was a confident appeal from Scotland. They went up straight away. It's a massive wicket as Rumour will have to go. And, well, she's pretty far down. But given straight away, one of those ones that, mate, only has to be clipping the stumps. And Rumour is gone. Fine margins in this game of cricket, but just feel another one where the batter was pretty far down there. It looked like it struck her high. But given out on another day, I think probably want that going the batter's way. Tough to tell. If you're a PNG fan, you're probably thinking, just don't need those half calls going against me. But in the end, another wicket. It's the skipper, comes out at number 4. Nice start by the skipper, just tucking that one around the corner for a single. So 4 overs complete. Scotland with a good start with the ball, 21 for 2. So it looks like a bit of a bowling change here. Chloe Abel summoned into the attack. Gets her opportunity now, the tall quick. So over number 5 in the run chase. Scotland have started very well. That's a beautiful cut shot, but finds the fielder. Good bit of fielding at backward point. Might have actually taken that one in the knee a little bit. Hopefully okay. I think that's Lorna Jack there. Or Megan McCall potentially as Megan McCall. Good bit of fielding. Saves 4. That's a better line from Chloe Abel. PNG, similar sort of boat to what Scotland were at the start of their innings. That one's clipped really nicely around the corner. The outfield is quick, but they should get back for 2, maybe 3 if they're quick enough. Well, they could go here, and it's brilliant aggressive running, but it is also going to be out. Well, I thought it was on, but it just wasn't in the end. And you got to feel for PNG, they thought there was 3. I actually thought there was 3 as well, to be completely honest with you. But in the end, the throw was perfect. Chatterjee out there, good bit of keeping. And Sabona Jimmy, I believe, has run herself out here. 3 wickets down already. So that's going to be a 2 and run out. And PNG now, maybe a couple of 50-50 decisions didn't go their way, and a run out really puts them behind the 8 ball. Nothing going right for them currently. They need someone to have a really good day at the office. And I'm sure there's probably a bit of frustration in that dugout at the moment. So, wickets tumbling here. PNG on another day. It's been an odd game, really. They could have easily bowled Scotland out cheaply today, missed some big opportunities, and then we're just after a dream start with the bat, but it isn't materialising right now. It's going to be down the leg side. They just need a partnership, and this might be the pairing. The 2 experienced players, Siaka. Sorry, I think that might be... No, I think that's Tiaka. My apologies. I'll confirm for you in a moment. But they just need a bit of luck to go their way and a partnership to blossom. It's a lovely on drive. Well, one of the shots of the day. Beautiful cricket. Over pitched, pumped down the ground. It is Siaka. What a shot. Well, you'd imagine these two are the two that need to sort of be there for the next 10 overs. What a shot to get yourself going anyway. Slightly over pitched and just said, thank you very much. Crunch that straight. And down the leg side. Oh, and it's been given. Oh boy, not happy, Siaka. There was a sound, but what was it? Was it pad? Was it glove? There was a nod, and another wicket goes down. Well, we'll have to have a closer look at that one. It was a confident appeal from Chloe Abel. Siaka's not too pleased with that decision. Tough to tell. I'm trying to slow it down on my little YouTube chat, but potentially it doesn't. I'm not too sure the glove's near it. I think that might be a little bit of pad on the way through, a little bit of thigh pad. Siaka, ever so honest, wasn't so very happy, and that's another one that maybe it was glove, maybe it was thigh pad, but you just feel a little bit for PNG here because it just isn't happening for them. Let me know what you think in the chat. I know everyone's tuned in. I know you have the advantage of maybe going back and having a look. Was that a little bit of thigh pad or was that a little bit of glove? So, wickets tumbling here. PNG's hopes fading early. One defended. Abel won't mind. Picked up her first wicket with one down the leg side. First over goes for 7. And PNG on the ropes here. 28 for 4.
US is 7 plus.
So, looks like pace to continue. And PNG have had a disastrous start. It's going to take something pretty special from here if they're going to remain in this game. It's pushed quite nicely into the offside. Top ball though. Thomas, and I believe it is out there now, and Tau have a lot of work to do. Oh, edged away. Watson can't catch up with it. That'll race away for 4. Well, something goes PNG's way. I think Watson's first step was to the leg side, but it did fly. And 4 needed runs. Tau, not dying wondering, the captain of PNG. I do like the intent, why not? Especially it's last over the power play. Nothing wrong with the rate. The wickets column, those are alarming red flag. Driven beautifully, lovely shot. It's a quick outfield. Don't think they'll risk the 3 this time. They'll probably just settle for the 2. Will be 2 to the total. Lovely drive from the skipper. So lovely shot for 4 through backward point as the plane came overhead. Yeah, interesting to read some comments in the chat. A lot of close calls that maybe didn't fall the way of PNG in this innings. I guess unfortunately sometimes that's the way it goes. It can go your way or just doesn't. The scoring rate's okay. It's the wicket column. If these two can bat for a while, you just never know. And the last ball here is respectfully played. So that's the conclusion of the power play. Interesting power play. 38 runs on the board. That's okay, but 4 wickets. Scotland ahead at the moment. 38 for 4 after 6. So Chloe able to continue her spell. And the field has spread a bit now that the power play has been completed. Yeah, lots of comments in the chat. Bit of a split group. Some people upset. Some people think the right decisions were made. Always a matter of opinion. One An appeal, but given not out. Not sure what the pause is here. Umpire just conferring with something quickly, but looks like we're good to continue. That's well bowled, back of the hand slow ball from Chloe Abel, just showing a bit of a bag of tricks at the moment. Didn't see too much of that back of the hand slow ball during the 50 over part of the series. That's a good one. Nice to have in the locker anyway. Scotland right on top here. PNG trying to just build a partnership. Oh, dropped into the offside. That'll be a dot ball though. Another dot ball, so this is sort of that stage where field will spread a little bit, more difficult to find the boundary, but PNG need to make sure they're ticking over singles at least. Not so easy, considering they're already 4 down. It's a nice looking drive, but just hesitation to go for the one, so could be a maiden over on the cards here. A dot ball to the total. In fact, that will be the maiden. Sorry, I thought there was still 1 ball to go, but that is a sneaky maiden put in there, and that just shows the wickets have applied a fair bit of pressure. 7 overs complete, 38 for 4. It looks like a bit of a bowling change here as Scotland try a little bit different. Namia Sheikh is going to come into the attack. So first time we've seen Sheikh in the series, and a good start, isn't it? A little bit of leg spin and just another spinner that Scotland have in the repertoire at the moment. 4 wickets down, another wicket here. If they end up getting Brenda Teo now, might be all she wrote. One dragged down a fair bit, but just a single. Maybe the spin coming into the attack now in the middle overs. The field does generally spread, makes it a bit easier for the batters to knock it round. I need some support though. Frank's 0 off 7 at the moment. Definitely going to need a cameo from someone in this middle to lower order. Can't just be all the skipper. Oh, hit me ball. That's the old moon ball trick. It's going to be called a no ball. That's bonus runs. And they'll get a single. Perfect result, really, because it'll bring the captain on strike and free hit time. Well, opportunity. I like to call it the immunity cloak. Not much can go wrong here. Obviously not using the surface that has been provided today. Free hit. Yeah, shot. Well played. Very clever indeed. Steps inside it, creates something from nothing and finds the boundary. Well, PNG needed this. Good batting from the captain. Well, pushed into the leg side for a single. Aggressive running. We'll get through for one. So Frank back on strike. Just on the single so far. Got a bit of the moon ball. Couldn't cash in. Not always easy to hit those, to be fair. Needs to find a way to keep ticking it over though. 1 off 9 now for Frank. The captain's ticking at the other end. 18 off 13. Don't want to keep her too starved of the strike. That's the over called for. So 8 overs complete. 46 for 4. We might try get a guest commentator in for 2 overs before we sit. And we'll bring him in for just a 2 over stint as we'll get him ready and we'll get him mic'd up. Learn a little bit about the surfaces and that. And a little bit about why he tried to stitch me up on Instagram. I had a few enemies overnight. Woke up to a few notifications and tell you what, I was feeling some argy-bargy early. So 46 for 4. So Chloe able to continue. Going to come around the wicket here. We'll start with a wide. This is the thing, if they can hang around the next 5-6 overs without losing a wicket and steadily keep ticking it along, you just never know. Lovely shot there down the ground for a single while the Boeing A380 just flew overhead. Yeah, if you are listening, and we're going to get Blake, the head curator, in the com box for a 2-3 over spell. So if you want to prepare any questions or ask a little bit about what goes into making an international wicket, do feel free. I like that. Hit and run. That's good. That's what we want to see from Frank. Just tick it over when she can, and that's what they need to do. To be fair, the captain, Tau, is the key. 19 off 14 has looked very good during this inning so far. Loves it outside off. Good through backward point especially. Big shout of weight. No run there. Scotland still have plenty of bowling options up their seed. Maxud not used just yet. Darcy Carter also. Oh, gets that one all wrong. Must have been close to a no ball. Not signalled from the umpire, so it'll just be one more to the total. Again, full and straight, defended away to the leg side. So just a little bit of momentum starting to build here for PNG with these two at the crease. Obviously, after the wickets early, would have been a little bit worried about getting rolled. Again, ticked away just off the hip. Big kettle of yes, no. And that will conclude yet another over. There's PNG trying to rebuild and get themselves into this match. As I will introduce our, well, guest commentator, head curator. Apologies, I don't know your last name. Blake?
Andrew Gatto.
Andrew Gatto. Hello, mate. How are you? And welcome to the Little Commentary Cube.
I'm doing well, thanks, mate. How are you?
Yeah, good, thank you. And while you're here, we'll try and pick your brains a little bit about your time in the Netherlands, because tell a few of the viewers, you've only just sort of moved over and started taking over all the grounds over here at VRA?
Yep, so I've arrived 7 weeks ago today, actually, so I've been here 7 weeks. It's actually gone quite quick. I think the initial first week or 2 weeks went quite slow with the weather being as bad as it was on arrival. I was expecting a little bit better given it's summer, but I didn't do a whole lot of research before I came over here, so wasn't quite sure. But no, it's been good so far. Very busy the last couple of weeks organising all the matches for the women out here throughout the series.
Can imagine. The first few weeks were probably tough for you. We had a lot of unseasonal rain during this summer in the Netherlands, as Darcy Carter looks like she's preparing to come into the attack. And I like this change, right arm off spin, bowling to the left-handed Tayu. Her first delivery of her spell. I think she'll bowl a couple here. It's actually quite well played. It's going to beat short third. That won't go for 4. They'll think about 3. Now, last time they went for a 3, there was a run out. This time, they'll get them. Great running from PNG.
Very good running.
Very good running. So, yeah, tell us a little bit, Blake, about the wickets. And obviously, a lot of work goes into it, doesn't it? And to prepare, we've had a fair few games up here and one more tomorrow.
Yeah. So, typically the prep for just like one wicket, I always go on like a 10-day prep. But I know a lot of people in the UK and Europe work on like a 2-week prep over here, so it's just a little bit of an adjusting period for me, changing sort of, well, actually the first wicket I prepared, I followed the 2-week prep, and then I realised that with good weather I can just stick to my 10-day process, and it seemed to work well, get a nice consistent bounce throughout the games played here, I believe.
As that one's going to race through the keeper, Watson, and they should get back for 2. I think, just watching the umpire here, I think this might be called byes. Didn't see anything on it myself, and it will be called byes.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's just me here at the moment working by myself, and I get help from a couple of the players, a couple of the guys that I also live with, so it's good having them on hand when I need covering.
That ball is just respectfully played. Yeah, so you've got a bit of support from some of the VRA staff and all that. They've put you up, are you living locally as well? Little bike ride down to the ground?
Yeah, it's about a 8-minute bike ride on my e-bike. So I've fully dove into the Dutch culture. You're on the bike.
You're on the e-bike, are you?
I'm on the e-bike.
Didn't know you were 65 years plus. As that one pushed beautifully into the offside, but at yes, no, maybe. Well, yeah, usually the e-bikes are reserved for the people that don't move so quickly, Blake.
No, I had the old school bike for the first couple of weeks, but riding slowly in the rain got a little bit annoying, so just decided to fork out for an e-bike while I'm over here.
Fair enough.
Make life easier.
I might have to move on to curator wages if that's what you're able to do. Last ball from Carter's over, and it's likely stumped. It is stumped. Lovely keeping from Watson, as it is the dismissal of Frank. Frank, look, to be honest, I don't mean this in a bad way. Dismissed for 2 off 18. I sort of feel like that actually might be a blessing in disguise for PNG, as they're going to call for a drink, and that gives us an opportunity to talk a little bit more. Yeah, so obviously you've come over, you've been putting a lot of time into the wickets, but how are you finding fitting into the sort of the Dutch life and the cricket sort of scene over here? Because it's very different from Australia.
It is quite different. I feel like, I mean, I've been embraced well enough that like the boys are taking me under their wing. Everyone's very social here as well, hanging out with the players, hanging out with the staff here. They're like, the communication's good between myself and them, so everything's going pretty smoothly for me, and I'm enjoying my time here as well. Yeah, I mean, when you look at it, we're already 2/3 of the way through my stint here. There's only like a month left.
Yeah,
before the end of the season, so it's gone quite fast.
That's one thing that happens in the Netherlands. The summer is jam-packed, basically, from middle of April to middle of September. Men's, women's, under-19s, domestic, all gets fit in a 5-month window because a lot of the fields by September 15 are football fields again and hockey fields. So, yeah, it is jam-packed. Look, while we've got this opportunity, tell us a little bit about your vlog, because you've made me wake up with about 10 extra enemies this morning. I was getting us the keyboard warrior this morning, taking a few people down.
Yeah, so I actually saw the clip last night, late last night. I was like, oh, because someone commented saying to go look at that clip. They said there's a surprise there for from the commentator, and I thought, oh, I'll go have a look. I thought it was going to be something nice. Because you have been saying nice things about me throughout the streams over the last week.
Only the ones you can hear, Blake.
Yeah, I haven't gone through the entire 9 hours per day, so I haven't listened to all of them. But I thought it was funny, so I clipped it as a joke, thinking I didn't think it was going to get the reaction it would get. And yeah, I also woke up to see a few comments on there, and people were telling me I shouldn't take that and to get stuck into you, but I don't think they realised the nature behind it was just a bit of joking banter. Yeah,
a few people this morning decided to, if you don't know, you can follow your YouTube, is it?
Yeah, Bghetto Vlogs on YouTube.
How do you spell that quickly for the viewers that don't know ghetto?
Bghetto and then vlogs. That's on YouTube, and then Bghetto. Just search Bghetto anywhere on Instagram or TikTok, and you'll see short clips on everything. Look
at that for a free plug. We've been getting about 75,000 clicks a day, so you've probably just got 75,000 more followers. And
mate, get me to 10k.
Well,
I'm only 100 away, so get onto it.
Well, there you go. Only 100 away from hitting the mysterious 5 numbers as we get back to the action. Maksud, the skipper, comes into the attack. He's pulled away quite nicely. Big shouts at 2. Now, could be on, but Scotland have been pretty good in the field. And yeah, if you do want to get around Blake, do follow his vlogs. They can take you on a bit of an emotional roller coaster, but I'll tell you what, I'm there for it. It's sort of become a bit of a 6 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. show at our house, like Neighbours almost.
Yeah, I've been consistent over here. Every Wednesday and every Sunday posting the 20 to 30 minute vlogs. 3-day sort of clumps of each video.
Maksud. He's an absolute jaffer. Completely bamboozles the batter. It's an edge. And, well, here comes that running between the wickets. Last time they got a 3. The time before it was run out. This time they'll settle for 2. Yeah, look, I've got a query for you about your vlogs and your thing. How come there isn't a free giveaway of a shirt for a viewer or anything like that? I feel like it's take. When do we get to win something?
I did actually state in one of the videos, if you're a true fan, you would know this. I said once we get to 10k, I will do a giveaway.
Interesting. What are you giving away?
I'm hoping to get the Dutch team to sign a Netherlands kit shirt, and ideally, maybe 2 of them, maybe one for myself to take home and frame up.
So it's like some self-reward as well, not just for the viewers.
Just a little souvenir for myself, and then I'd like to give one away to one of the lucky subscribers.
Well, there you go. Subscribe if you can, as that is pushed pretty nicely through backward square. Darcy Carter's going to do the mopping up as PNG still fighting hard out here. A little bit more on the cricket. How much have you enjoyed sort of producing wickets for your first international series and watching the women play? There's been some really good talent, hasn't there?
Yeah, it's been good. A lot of close matches, which I kind of wasn't expecting early on, but the first few games with the ODIs were very close. I think both wins by the Dutch team were down to the wire. Especially that one against, was it Scotland, I believe? The one where there was 1 wicket and...
Yeah, Scotland and, Netherlands won by 1 wicket versus PNG, and they also won by 3 wickets versus Scotland to start, and then the final game of the 50 overs was also pretty tight until Scotland pulled away late.
Yeah. They've been quite exciting matches.
Well,
and a good bit of talent on view as well.
Yeah, I think so. I think obviously the women's game growing so fast around the world as another over is complete, and 61 for 5. PNG just won't go away in this game. The skipper is still out there. And yeah, so what does this sort of mean? As we'll probably wrap you up after this over. For your future, you're looking to come back to the Netherlands, or is it just a little bit of a taste? I'll put you on the spot a little bit because I'm sure everyone will listen back to this.
So once season ends, I'll finish up with the square renovations and fixing the illustrious drain lines on either end of the square. And then I'll probably travel for a little bit, head back to Australia, and I think by December I need to make a decision on whether I come back here for next season. I do like the opportunity of being here for a full season and building that camaraderie with the guys in the club as well while I've been over here. So continue to build that relationship.
Yeah, so you can sort of sink your teeth in a little bit more as well if you're here for a full season, obviously.
Yeah, really take control of it for my own.
As we do get back to the action, dot ball, and in your time back in Australia, do you head straight back into the same work or something a little bit different?
No, it'll be pretty similar work. So I'll go back and most likely be working for a company called Grass Up, which look after a lot of premier cricket grounds.
Oh, another plug. I'm sure they'll be listening.
Yeah, shout out Grass Up.
Slight appeal. More a pleasant question, if anything. Yeah, so go back and then you fall into the Grass Up company. And
yeah, I might have a couple of weeks off just to get back into it and catch up with friends and family when I arrive. And then
pushed it just into the offside for a single.
And then, yeah, I'll probably jump straight back into it as well. I just got one of my best mates is starting work with Grass Up this Monday coming, so it'll be good to work with him again after having him as an apprentice a few years ago. So that'll be nice to have a close friend in a similar sort of role to myself.
Always makes the work days go a little bit quicker.
Many hands make light work.
Yeah, I've had to do this on my own. I've only been able to talk to Sebastian in the background. That's why these days have been going so long. So it's Bastian, our director, in the background, giving me a big smile and a wave. Good over this from Darcy Carter, who has been so good with bat, ball and in the field. One run ticked around the corner. So just before we say goodbye, 2 balls left, 1 ball left. And so anyone you want to give a quick shout out to and a quick hello to, I'll give you the platform for 1 ball.
I mean, shout out Mum and Dad, I guess.
Hello, Mum and Dad.
Shout out my dog Marshall. He's the one I'm missing the most.
Yeah.
Not that he's going to be listening to this.
Sorry, Mum and Dad, if you are listening. The dog wins. Anyone else you want to say a quick hello?
Shout out to Corey.
I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Pleasure having you in here, mate, and all the best for the rest of the summer.
Thank you, mate.
As another over is complete. Carter, another sensational over, only went for 2, 63 for 5. 8 overs to go here. Well, PNG have given themselves a slither of hope, considering where they were at the start of this run chase. A couple of marginal calls went against them. Had a very good run out. Chloe Abel took an amazing wicket down the leg side. Clever bowling. Just strangled the glove.
Not the plan.
Maksud to continue. Really enjoying this innings from the PNG skipper. Everything going on around her, and is fighting extremely hard. 28 off 23. They require 51 off 41. Look, in this game, you'd say Scotland's still ahead, and with the lower order there, should win. But, boy, if you're a neutral, you'd have to be getting behind the lures here a bit. That's a shot. That's a nice shot. Well, that'll produce a couple of runs. Should produce 2. I think Vicky Araya would be saying, maybe I should have been up the order a little bit. So, PNG fighting their most to stay in the contest and take it as deep as possible. It's a big appeal. I think that one just pitching outside the leg stump. Obviously, this is our second last match of this series. We do have one more big game tomorrow, actually. Netherlands taking on Scotland. Looking forward to that. Well, these are the little things they need to go their way. There's 2 free runs. Little wide. A single. Watson has had slight troubles down the leg side this whole series. It does mean that the skipper is back on strike. And already 5 runs off this over. Still a couple of balls remaining. Oh, here we go. Bit of Funkalicious, and that is a seriously good shot. Well, I haven't seen enough of this during the 50 over series. Now, that is a remarkably good cricket stroke, and this has turned out to be a very productive over for PNG. Still 2 balls to come, and that fight, it's still on. think half an hour ago, people were feeling that this one might have been done and dusted, but not the Lures. They are a brave team. Maxo just struggled a little bit with her length in this one. Brilliant batting. Brilliant batting. Top innings this from the skipper. 33 off 26. You imagine Teo will have to be there at the very end though, if they are to go on for what would be a famous victory. She'll have to have some support from someone in the lower. It's good from Araya and good from PNG. They're making a game of this. 13 overs down, 73 for 5. Well, director in the background working extremely hard. Just showed me a red and blue worm, and can you believe it? They're pretty parallel at this stage. Still, I think Scotland have a lot of bowling options, and PNG probably resting on the shoulders of the batter on strike right now, the captain Brenda Tao, who also kept 20 overs as well. Massive amounts of concentration. Definitely too high, and maybe a bit of glove this time. Definitely a little ramp shots on here, or a deflection around the corner. No 45 in place. There's the sort of deflection, and the fielder's going to come jogging around to it. Can they get back for 2? They'll settle for 1. Darcy Carter, once again, has very good figures. 2.2 overs. 1 for 6. Hasn't given much away. Very miserly. And now a dot ball. And this is the thing. These dots just make things so much harder. Another dot. Here, Raya just trapped on the crease, not confident to get down, and I think you're just going to be looking to get forward here, hitting it straight. Feel like this could be a big shot incoming. It's another dot, and this is just a little nail in the coffin. PNG can't afford dot balls here. It's a 1-run over. Disastrous, really. And now the dot ball, top over from Carter, but just puts PNG in more bother after a positive over. This is a negative over, and the 1 run really hurts. They're not out of it yet, but the skipper has to play a remarkable innings, you feel. 74 for 5, 6 overs to go. So they'll go to Olivia Bell, who right option at this time. They're struggling against the right arm off spin. So Bell, good figures of 1 for 11. Actually took a wicket at the very first ball of this batting innings. Be looking to bowl 2 tidy overs here. And there's all the pressure. And you can understand a little bit for Tao here. Has had the middle order come out and just sort of struggled to get her to strike. She's actually going well at 34 off 29, but probably thinks this is the time to maybe take a risk or 2. There's the reverse Malachi again and gets every piece of it. Well, played 2 beautiful reverse sweeps and timed them both extraordinarily well. Pretty sure if she misses that, that's going to be LB, but high risk, high reward cricket. 4 more to the total.
Come on, guys, come on!
Plenty of noise out there. Scotland probably feel they're 1 wicket away from bursting through here. It really has been a captain's knock. Tucks nicely. They say 2. I'm not too sure it's on though. They'll have to settle for 1. So 5 runs off this over. This is where Brenda Teo just needs some support. Unfortunately, Frank only made 2 off 20. Vicky Araya started brightly, but 7 off 14. Just has to get going a little bit as well. Help the captain out where she can. Nah, it's just a dot ball. I think at this stage, considering Araya's now had, I think that's 7 dot balls in a row. I think I'm saying have a bit of a dip here. If you get an edge for 4 or caught long on, it's okay. Just can't be chewing dots. And it's now bowled. Well, Bell just goes full and straight. But you know what? I sometimes think this might be a blessing in disguise for PNG. It gives someone else an opportunity to get going. Well bowled from Bell, doing her job, keeping it full and straight. And the 6th wicket will go down. 79 for 6. PNG just need to find somebody to support the captain. Caveo Frank 2 off 18. Vicky Ray 7 off 16. That's 34 deliveries for 9 runs, and in a small chase that hurts. So back to the action. I only say it might be a blessing in disguise because sometimes you get a new player that comes out there that can get on a little bit of a heater, sort of new mindset, not feeling the pressure. So maybe they can try and get something out of the lower order. It's going to be a dot ball to start. Can understand that considering it was the last ball of the over. 5 overs to go. This has to be one of the performances of the series, though, from the PNG skipper, who kept the 20 overs, captained well, actually got most of the bowling tactics correct, was let down by the fielders a little bit, and is single-handedly keeping her country in the game. 39 off 30. Look, it's not impossible. It's not easy with only 4 wickets remaining. Darcy Carter, of course, will continue. Has been extremely miserly. Interesting to see if Teo wants to pull out that sort of reverse sweep to Carter. Tallest sort of bowler, not as easy maybe playing that shot compared to against Bell. Maybe a little lap sweep. There is no 45 in place. In a half of the bat, going to be a dot ball. So 39 off 29. Set, match, low full toss, chip straight to mid-wicket. When PNG dropped them, Scotland caught them. And you'd imagine that is the nail in the coffin for PNG. They'll be devastated. They've had their chances in this game. That was another one where they probably shouldn't be picking up a wicket. But it does. Low full toss does the trick. Carter gets rewarded for a good spell. And PNG, well, they're on the ropes now. 79 for 7, and that's such a shame. And a warm round of applause, of course, for the skipper, who is headed off the field, but will be disappointed because while she was there, they definitely still had a little bit of a chance. So Scotland's to lose now. They're in the box seat. They've done what they needed to do. They fought back after a slow start with the bat. Now, with the ball, early wickets, consistent bowling. As Tua heads out to the middle, Darcy Carter 2 for 6 and a cheeky 30 runs. Might be player of the match if she keeps going like this. Edged for a dot. I mean, the right arm off spinner, 3.3 overs, 6 runs only. It's quite remarkable. Especially when you're defending a low total. And here come all the dot balls. Carter's got magnificent figures here. Nice, well played. Just chopped down through backward point and they should get 2. Any bit of bat on ball's always good bat. So 2 to the total. Interesting to see the bails are off there. Not too sure why. So Carter looking to close her spell, maybe with the cheeky 3 if he can slip one through the gate. Almost. But they are genuinely down to the lower order. Carter, another good day at the office from her. Definitely a star is rising in Scottish cricket. PNG, 81 for 7. So Bell to continue to try and wrap this up. Do PNG have a hidden surprise for us at the back end here? Not going to be easy as that's just another dot ball. It's actually the right arm off spin that's done the trick for Scotland today. A combination of 7 overs between Bell and Carter have gone for around about 25, which usually right arm off spin's the one that in T20 format does go a bit of a journey. It feels like it's more a matter of time than anything. Not too sure PNG have any more surprises for us. I hope they do. That's good intent at least, looking to score. Well, there's some bonus runs. It's been a tough thing for Watson down the leg side on occasions. They should try and go 3 here. Why not? Try and take every run possible. Slight hesitation. They'll get 3 wides instead. That helps. Still a long way to go, but it helps. Boundary here, maybe. Cautiously played around the corner. Just the one. Just clipped around the corner again. Another single to the total. It's good batting there from Thomas. A ball there from Bell. Well bowled. It's bowled very well today. Will end her day with a couple of wickets. As PNG get to the last 3 overs of their series. 87 for 7. So 31 required off 18. Never know, with a little bit of luck, maybe a few nice shots mixed in with a couple of edges that fly for 4. Get it to the last over where you might need, let's say, 12, 13, and then hope that you get a couple out the screws. You just never know in the world of cricket. Third and finer in the ring. Definitely pace enough on the ball if they get some bat on it. Could fly away. Exactly what I'm talking about. That's a luscious shot. Nice and straight. Well hit. It'll be cut off, but it'll be 2 to the total. Nice shot. Positive stroke from Thomas. 29 off 17. Clip to the leg side. They'll posture about 2. I think they potentially could have come, but they'll have to settle for the 1. 28 off 16. Wasn't the worst shot, but did find the fielder. Well, I'm going to come through. They should get 1. The throw hits, it's going to be gone. They should go 2 on the overthrow. They won't though. So all happening there. Another 1 to the total. Probably a good one. It looks like out of these 2, Thomas is the one that can throw the long handle. I love a boundary here. Just to add a bit more spice to this closing stages. Can they find a boundary? Well, that helps. 1 more. Well, they've scored a couple this over, but that boundary just missing now. Can they get that boundary? 4 off 3 this over so far. It's a nice shot, made a good noise. Great fielding by the skipper, Max Sood. Probably saved an extra run, if anything. 1 more to the total. Just feel like if they don't get that boundary, it's going to be too much to do in the last 2 overs. A little bit of luck needs to go their way. It sort of feels like it hasn't the whole match, to be fair. Bit of an appeal. They'll get through for a leg bye. Here comes a throw. No, holds on to it. So 7 off this over. If they get the boundary here, that would be 11 off, and that's exactly what they needed off the last 3. So Thomas will be thinking one thing and one thing only. Get it out that meter, the bat. Doesn't. And they're going to push hard for 2. They could get this 2, you know. No, great fielding from Carter, who fizzes 1 into the gloves. Brilliant fielding. 8 off. Look, it's not the worst, but it does make it difficult still with 2 overs to go. PNG, they still need 23. Just shows how close they're going to get here. And on another day, maybe those 50-50 decisions would have gone their way. Well, they would have held on to those catches and maybe been chasing only 100. To be fair, there was a stage at 3 for 22. They dropped Darcy Carter on 5. She made 30. They dropped Chaterjee on 10. She made 30. those small things go a long way as Chloe Abel's been summoned back into the attack. I guess for PNG, the player they want on strike is on strike. Let's having a look at the field. And yeah, I like this field. Mid-off and mid-on are in the ring here, and they're actually putting fine leg back. And against Chloe Abel, who bangs it in, I can understand that. So 3 back on the leg side, 1 back on the offside. No third still, and mid-off and mid-on in the ring. So look, she gets one out the middle and over the top. We'll get the boundary or any edge through or past the keeper. We'll fly for 4. This is it, you sort of feel. Time to get a motor on. It's a lovely drive. Does it get through? It gets a slight hand on it. Good fielding. They should come back for 2. They will. Yeah. That's a lovely shot, Thomas. Just has played a couple of nice drives in the last little bit. As PNG won't give up. Tell you what, it was a very important hand from Fazal at mid-off. I reckon if she doesn't get a touch on that, that's running away for 4. 97 on the board. 21 off 11. That's the one. That's the one that if there's any bit of bat with 2 backward points in the ring, it probably runs for 4. Misses out there. And that's a shame for Thomas. 21 off 10 to win. 20 off 10 for a super over, which I think you take from this position. Slower ball, back of the hand. It's toe-ended out there. They've got to try and go for 2 on the throw. They can't, and it's just 1 to the total. Now, it looks like a little edge has gone through. Easy catch for Watson. And Abel takes her 2nd wicket of the game. Just a feather edge. Coming down the ground. Easy decision this time for the umpire. And PNG, oh so close, but oh so far as well. Probably going to fall short here. Scotland 2 wickets away from another international victory. So, can PNG just make one last dash at this chase? Slower ball, and that's going to be caught. Nice easy catch, and that's going to be another wicket for Chloe Abel. I like the back of the hand delivery. Definitely something she should use more. It's a clever sort of slower ball, and, well, going to be on a hat-trick, bowling to the number 11. Count your cards, you'd be happy with that. So Abel goes bang bang. She's got 3 wickets and could wrap this up in the perfect way for a bowler with an international T20I hat-trick. Usually if you get the number 11 out to bat and you're on a hat-trick, that is lined up perfectly, you'd say. Just needs to get this full and straight, you'd imagine. Bring every mode of dismissal into play. Sort of feel for PNG. I think they've done a lot of good things today. It just wasn't meant to be. Not written in the stars in some way. But anyway, Chloe Abel is on a hat-trick. Can she get it? I tell you what, she got it full. She got it straight and well watched in the end. I actually think she could have gone with the slow ball again. I really like that slow ball. But anyway, over complete. 19 overs down. PNG, they need a minor miracle if they're going to win this one. As the bowling brigade of Scotland has wrapped it up pretty nicely in the end, defending a low total. So Thomas, who got stranded at the non-strikers end that over, he's going to be facing Maksud here and needs to play the perfect over. That's one. She needs to get back on strike though and won't be able to. So comes down to the number 11, Jayfert. Well, could become a hero in the next few deliveries if he wants to pull out a couple of big shots. Jeez, I just think you look back at that fielding where they missed so many opportunities in the middle overs. PNG could be the difference really why they've not gone on to win today. As that one is spliced away to the offside and they'll just get through for one. So 4 balls remaining in this T20I. Hit hard, hit back, gets a hand on it, maybe saves a couple extra runs. They should double back for 2, even if it is suicidal. Take your chances, and your chances aren't high because Scotland are clean, and that is game, set, match. Scotland go on to another international victory. This unit might be missing some players, but it doesn't matter. They've got a lot of depth. PNG, they gave it their all. I mean, they're only going to fall short by 18 runs, and realistically, they let themselves down in a 10-over spell in the field and probably had a few marginal decisions not go their way. And they'll look back and think this is an opportunity missed, but they've been ever so brave and have highly enjoyed having them play in the Netherlands during this time. I think they're very well coached by David Drew, the women's coach, and look out for their progression in the next couple of years. But credit to Scotland, they did what they had to do, and that basically signifies the end of another day. So I want to say a big shout out to PNG Cricket, Papua New Guinea Cricket. They've been very, very good sort of guests to the country, and that is the final time we'll see them, unfortunately. Best of wishes for the future, and hopefully they do come back to the Netherlands one day again. For now, it's goodbye. We'll be back tomorrow 2 p.m. for this one. Netherlands taking on Scotland. That should be a corker of a game, and I'll see you then. Bye for now.